What? Hello, everyone. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. So, once more, we are back on the final case of Ace Attorney, the first one, and we're on day two now. Are we going to be able to finish it this time? I am heavily doubtful, but we should be able to at least finish day two. You know, So last time we discovered there were two homicides, and yet there's still uh, one at the police station, one in the parking lot where our boy was killed. But he was also killed at the police station. That is odd. Very odd. What is going on here? Let us get to the game. Right. Yeah, just like get all this done. So that's where Miss Star saw the incident from. You can probably see quite a lot from up there. That probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. Where's the security guard anyway? Well, this is just something I heard, but apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Star. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. So this is the famous divider. It sure helped us knock out a hole in that testimony yesterday. Come to think of it, this divider helped our case more than the actual witness. The Great Divider. The chip of the old parking block. Oh my god. It's just a wall, scientifically speaking. So this is the famous oil drum. Well, no time like the present, I'll try to kick it over myself. Yeah! That's okay, don't cry. That Lana Sky must be one strong woman. Yeah, like I was saying, oil drums are heavy. Even when they're empty, they're heavy. I know, we had those at my high school. That's about as red as a spark car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, all right. The body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky choose this car? Choose his car. So what model car is it? I think it's called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. That's a stereotype. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. B block is through here. That's where visitors park. So Miss Stark climbed over this fence? It seems so, yeah. That fence is 9 feet high, at least. Well, no time like the present. I think I'll give it a try. It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team? So wait, The victim must have died when the killer... yeah, we've seen this. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from the security room right there. But I was afraid it wouldn't, that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget that's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, and I still saw what I saw. Yeah, but the fact that you lied about one detail puts your entire testimony at question. Because if you lied on one thing, what's to say you haven't lied on everything else? You should understand that. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah. I swear to my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? That looks like a petrified piece of Provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. I think a petrified piece of Provolone would fetch more. Would fetch more on the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale, not yet, at least. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the Copper Queen, right? We found this ID card here in this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police station. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Wait, what? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling a pineapple. What's Edgeworth doing with the life? Yeah, we read that. A body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes us his gratitude. Gratitude? Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been suspected. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? Trying everything. What do you think about this? SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for a transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? It's when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement. That's when you heard her talking about the muffler, right? Little did I know it was a trap. The red scarf's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. And the red car's muffler and the prosecutor's muffler. What was this guy really trying to say, I wonder? I missed that. But even if I'm actually just going to do that again. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole of my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? The SL9 incident is written on the knife and on the notes. Wait, that said something different. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was used in a transferal. As I suspected, SL9's not over yet. Yeah, I can't blame you for trying. So yeah, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. You know, that doesn't always mean they were guilty, right? People can confess to crimes they haven't done. Even more so when they're under mental distress. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me the Kappa Queen. And yeah, I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, on the basis of evidence of a sort, made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself, and one other person, and you know well. Wait, could it be... Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case as from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he wasn't forgotten. He hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. The Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie, what? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I think it's pronounced that. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Received from a Star. Excellent for putting Officer Marshall in a good mood. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he, are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be this would-be Officer Marshall was a detective, but now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall, You'll give that to Jake like I asked, won't you? You and Officer Marshall, are you going out? Jake and I are cooperating on an investigation, that's all. We're just putting the past to rest. Thank you. Damon Gant, District Chief of Police. Though he might not seem it, he's top dog in the PD. The victim and a good man. Detective in charge of Homicide and Criminal Affairs Division 1. Well, where should we begin? Isn't it obvious we should begin with, that thing? The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Well, you see, we should go to the police department and, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors, you were even in the defendant's chair this past December. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report. About the killing at the police department, right. The chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Well, I've never seen a real one. You're the first one who's actually interested. Yeah, this is the same. Looks like it's cleaning at the hotel. The ranch. Wait, she said something. He looks wimpy, but you can tell there's a sharp edge under that facade. That bellboy is going to be someone someday. I think we've heard that. So wish someone would say that about me. Looks a little yellow today. Oh, I worried at it just now. I mixed in a lot too. Mixed in what? That very unscientific additive. Well, Charlie, do you like it? Aren't you going into forensics? It's like forensics and botany are two different sciences. I told you he's turning yellow. Oh, I tried studying one of those just now. Maybe they were... remember what they were talking about in the trial today? Oh, right, evidence law. So you did learn... so did you learn anything? Well, when I tried reading it, it made my head hurt. Oh. Then when I closed it, it slipped out of my hand and fell on my foot. Oddly enough, I find myself identifying with her on this one. Uh-oh, I have a history test coming up next week. I better study. I'm borrowing this desk, okay? Let's see, George Washington was the first king of America. Sorry, Mia. I mean, didn't George Washington didn't George Washington decline being king of America? He was the first president. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he wanted to show the thing off, this thing off more than the giant steel samurai. Then again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards of all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. They had golf in elementary? Well, where I live, it's called primary. That doesn't exactly sound like the typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some remark like, "I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me." That's how he's always been. Kind of gets under your skin, doesn't it? Yeah, this is the same. Well, what of you? It must be be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, yeah, this is the same. I kind of would, these things would state they would say state they observed if it hasn't changed. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense, and so the detective did get killed here after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet that we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's take a good look. Let's take a look. The blue badger is still writhing around today. Oh God, get away. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department's been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. I think this one will be different. Look at the patrolman saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. Idiot, what were you thinking? Where's your head? Sir, it's right here, sir. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was showing the detective where his head was. They make a good pair. Yeah, I think we're good there. So, guard station. Why's this guy drinking on the job? There's a lot of bottles of alcohol here. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime? Sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly and it's imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Yipes, these are sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spine pointing in every direction, filled with water for that's vital for animal life in the desert. Just like her. I'm not sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging there. Those are not security guard uniforms. It's more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was it called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie! Maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll give that information to myself for the time being. It's more fun to hear her stumble on it. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. She's not socially aware, okay? You sure have an active imagination. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blink below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use the computer to check on who went in and out of there. We're just not going to address all the alcohol, huh? The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through there, through here, the cactus was full over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more like a yarg myself. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Um... Now what? We're kind of missing our cowboy? This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? What's that? One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. You mean one of these? Actually, that's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his breaking heart. Now's no time for despair. We caught our criminal. Now we just need the evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, right? Right, pal? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect, but just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, I know all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Well, wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he is down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. That's weird. Why can't I go to the detention center from my office? Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Ow! What was that? Sir, what I'm saying... that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the one perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekin, so you're the guard? So you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, sir, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! He is such an idiot. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Smile for the camera. Poor Officer Meekins. I think he knows he's being watched. This guard monitors the video and his room. Seeing the fellow patrolman in here must make him worry about his own fate in life. No comments from the peanut gallery. Well, sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir. So we went into the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. I don't think we need to be told that, but okay. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yeah. Oh. What the heck is this guy doing? What happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. When I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one in the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman and in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, sir, you see, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, when it happened, sir. When the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. The next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. When you imagine how I felt. The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir, laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she was. She has one just like it. Me? Why would I? I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl without a girl with matching badges. What? Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? I think he may be an idiot. I can't put my finger on it, but something tells me that's the case. Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember! I remember, sir! You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all, sir! This ID card? Exactly, sir! That's exactly it! Nothing could be more exact, sir! Nothing! I hate the way he keeps blaring into the loudspeaker. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Sorry, sir. Really sorry. But I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Miss Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright? It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Officer Meekins, this is for you. I'm scared tonight, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to... That's it, sir. Last night, that's the one, sir. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. How dare he not know the police mascot? He must not be a real police officer. Why do you have that? That's from the day it was taken at the prosecutor's office. The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man, innocent. If this is a dream, sir, then I hope that I never wake up. I hate that you keep doing that. If this is a dream, you better wake up right now. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. But that's right, sir. That's what I was trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! What? Sir, I assure you I was flustered, as flustered as you are now! So I whooped and leapt at him! Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you! My own father's words, sir! Either you got the message wrong, he got the message wrong, or your father was a bad person. But what happened then? Well, my sir, everything went right. When I woke up, I was here. Right. Sir Meekins, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim who we met at the crime scene didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. Even if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here. But you still ended up here. They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they say. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape. But the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me on the tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the evidence. Guess we better go check out the crime scene. Well, darn it. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the chief detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. You're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means, and if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, under his seat cushion, and behind his computer monitor, inside at his personal copy machine. I missed what the other thing was because developers think you read at a lightning. Because developers of these games think you read at a lightning pace. I see. If anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief of detectives looks a little flustered. Ah, right on, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know, the killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. Can't that get you in trouble for doing something that's not work-related? These are detectives' gets. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expected. I guess detectives don't spend much time at their desks. So this is the police mascot, isn't it? The blue badger, the feature star of the police force. The design is a little change from the one outside. Well, the dancing badger TM is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely, it's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears. Is this grounds to report him for abuse? Don't show her the moving mock-up outside then, and you'll give her nightmares. Sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over here, that's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. Why, did he get something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report card, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Half-written document dated February 21st. I swear the American way of writing dates makes no sense. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Picture of a female police officer. I know that's the latest babes in uniform thing. This is unremarkable evidence. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yeah, well, they had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident at Gourd Lake? On Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40 years. But in court, you fixed it so that he was caught for forging evidence. Well, wait, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too. I mean, they're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in two locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, it's a little sensitive. And I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate the most of all is hide and seek. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detective shop shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier? Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask me for help. I wonder if he would. I wonder if we could investigate the evidence room. Awkward. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It goes to show you never know until you ask. And there's and for you here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, that's a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. It looks pretty cool. No, on my label. Oh, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence rooms now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Before that, can't blame me for trying. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have an ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why did it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be? What's that? Why does he have to look be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you stand there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, boy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak to you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina. Why not? But I'm off to roam the land, and like a tumbleweed and on the wild prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter, I say a little prayer. What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. I have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. That smell! Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is that from my baby? Apparently, the special didn't inform him about anything. Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's a good job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins is Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. So, what were you doing around 5:15 and when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was gallivanting down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. Except you still need to be there in case something goes wrong. Like, machines are efficient. I'll give you that. But that doesn't mean shit. They could still malfunction, and they could be out of order one day because they need maintenance, and or something. They could break. And also, turn off the card holder. I'm pretty sure that would unlock the door. Not to mention the kind of trouble not being around to facilitate it would cause other officers. Wouldn't evidence be shifted there regularly? What if someone had to do their job and they couldn't because you weren't at your post and the card reader was off? You mean the security camera system? I don't take the machines much. But like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all good now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? It must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Why'd they even put you here? The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekin mentioned. If nothing happened, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go in the Evans room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. We already have one. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. And this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on the record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way to prove if the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We only keep evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under presiding and detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for all cases. 2 years after the case is 2 years after the case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. So, yeah. You see this? This is the victim's ID card. The one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on the number on this is 58421809. 189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Yep, there it is. Look at the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. I am grateful that they didn't blare that damn loudspeaker at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID record. ID card record added to the court record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Back to Angel. Nothing. Can't blame me for trying. The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. The only thing they trusted was the shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. And I imagine they got a lot of innocent people killed. Aha! But that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so? Huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Well, into the evidence room. It's quiet. Too quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really kind of, it really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Not trying, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Eek! Whoa! So sorry, I thought you were a ghost. And then when we see Detective Gumshoe, there's a big red handprint on his hand. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. Is it true what I heard? It would have been funnier if that was the case. Well, like he just turns his head, there's a big red hand mark on his face. Rado, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me if I can borrow $50, I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So please, Chief Detective, please grant. Balloon and win $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief. So now you're boss for the day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Back to Angel. Yep, that's a pretty simple layout. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. It looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of the most human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. There's something sticking out here. Looks like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if the gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Making me look out, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? That's like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. This place is stuffed with evidence and stuffed with dreams. I'm not sure about the dreams. Won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high tech around here. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Oh wait, I've seen that metal detector before. Right, pal, that's that metal detector. The one that led to solving the case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. We look again, just as the dog missile is for some reason in that little space too. Like, why is the dog evidence? And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it would come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. What a cheap-looking box. You can't judge a person or machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. This place is stuffed with evidence. Not sure about dreams. What's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a footprint, a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright. What if there's other bloodstains left in the room? We should use the testing fluid to check it out. What is this soiled paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war. Has always been in a war against oppression. True art. I noticed you were. I noticed that there's yellow and blue paint in here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light and above the door is lit. The locker is coated with Detective Goodman's footprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it's hard to get it open again, and if we close it, it's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. I mean, well, you are. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have the tag on it. Tagged evidence from SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of those pieces over there? The other piece of the SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were before whatever was broke. Want to try put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Yep. Flexing more of that DS tech. Huh? That did not look like it fit to me. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it does look like the most stable jar. The most stable kind of jar. It doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Jar placed back together from fragment and found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? You know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag? What? Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? Hey, look, they're hard to make out, but there's some dark stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman and blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it has been here for months, maybe longer. The jar was evidence of the SL9 incident. It must have been, and the blood. It must have been. It might be. That might be when the blood got on it. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? Just to show off, I imagine. At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? I mean, yes, it does. The lack of a bottom does not mean it doesn't get dirty. Back to Angel. Just the hot tea again. All right. She's gonna drive me nuts. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're a boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? You're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open. Only you can open? I always believed in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. No, that's a completely other series that I'm playing right now. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but I never can. Even I can't lose my own right hand. You'll find a way. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest models. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the hand is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. If that's what happens, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Only the design detective prints can unlock it. The indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Back to Angel. What? Well, you can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can't open it, they'll give you 50 cents. Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Detectives, here's my attorney badge. You show that to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I think we've read this. Patrolman with General Affairs suspected of killing Goodman in the evidence room. So, let's address the evidence in the room, huh? I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, Detective? This locker, it's mine! Guys, I think Gumshoe may have done it. It's yours? Please, you have to help me. When they come take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that to me, won't you, pals? For me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. We've done that. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in. Whoa! What is it? The second number. It's not your ID card. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list. It belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? So we got two ID numbers. Um... The game has suddenly stopped responding to my controls. That was weird. Darn it. Actually, anything new with that handprint? No, we know for sure that it's blood. Hey, the list was updated. Does this mean anything to you? Ah. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? That was what I showed, right? Okay, where do I go? Oh no, wait, I think I may not be done with the evidence room. How silly of me. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of world do you think we live in? Yeah, obviously there'd be blood at the crime scene. I was dumb. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? Poor detective. This proves that something happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note out of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Hello? Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for a murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might be something significant. Hey! That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal! What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid. Should you be familiar with the stuff? You're a detective! Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too! The forensics team would have an plentiful supply! I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where'd you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Darn it. I am not sure where to go now. Maybe now we go to the prosecutor's office? No? This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the blue badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful for something like that, or something like that. Shameful! I toiled night and day! I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's carded and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID or enough. What's the world coming to? It's kind of worked out like that for a good long time. Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Rebel against the system. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why aren't some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Wait. Detective Goodman's note. And that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised by anyone. Because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Wait. Now that was bloody. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent. So it was a murder? A serial killing. A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around on that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all clean and cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? That switchblade knife, the victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. It might help, Report? You mean the note written on the back of the flyer? The one that said has nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm all, pal. See you later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Now we go to the prosecutor's office. God damn it. I don't think we have anything new to present. I have no idea why we can check this. Ah, guess. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? Here, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. Guess the hotel bringing him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think the whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Nothing's different now that he's here. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. My controllers stopped responding again. Some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd tell you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Before we do that, I am going to take a bio break. Give me a sec, guys. Alright, I'm back. Save while I'm here. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why it was the deputy chief of police on the investigation. In truth, I used a slightly more extreme method than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. Right, please, I'm a prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case. He wanted evidence for a case that was wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief has never wanted to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you are still studying forensic science? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Doing a little testing fluid, Well then. You might have use for this. And here's where the pain starts. Aluminum foil aluminium foil powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me, are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I say, I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, no need to thank me. Here, take your powder, and take your powder and these fingerprints files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Recover his fingerprint from handprint for comparison with fingerprint file. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. The tag says AI-16. That's got to what's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Really? Just nothing to examine the bottle? Not even the label? Guess not. Oh, she left? God fucking damn it. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, and this is it. And this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret handprint we borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger is behind a slightly different finger imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I can't really tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Eva's starting to get that sparkle in her eye. First, we sprinkle aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With A, see? Huh, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminium powder adheres clearly, completely to the print. Once the powder, once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With Y? Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing the candles on a birthday cake. See? Huh. That looks like fun. And it might take some time getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Yeah, you had to actually blow on the DS for this. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of handprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. And this gets super finicky. Aha, you did it! You found one! But it looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. Just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it doesn't seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside of the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside outside the blood. It stopped working again. I'm pushing the dust and it's not dust. Oh. Gotta use the whole bottle and then just scoop it back in. And this is why it's finicky. If you miss even just a little bit, it doesn't register that there's a fingerprint there. It's one of the reasons why I hate doing this case. Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's patch it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Yeah, really. I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint and data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person and you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So those fingerprints would be most likely to find. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Of course, Emily Sky. Of course, it would be Gumshoe. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because as I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got the luminol fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? There goes her eyes sparkling again. Check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the possibility? Would you say the possibility of your hypothesis is high? Darn me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. I don't see any other prints. Where do you want me to look, game? Where do you want me to look? I don't know what it wants from me. I do not understand what it wants from me. I am pushing and it's not doing anything. Hey, Absol, welcome to the stream. How was your day? Oh my god, this is painful. Where do you want me to click? Right there, apparently. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it does look like we'll get a clear result from this print. But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. That's just the one from before. Just make sure as much of the spot is white as possible. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall? Found on a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been white. That's got to be, that's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprint are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Finally we're in the court phase. What do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. I just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have on. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You don't understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play by the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. Physically impossible, is it? Isn't it? But that's physically impossible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim for the evidence room just disappeared. Yeah, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Edward's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today we'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness on the day of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Look at him, so clueless, so stupid. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Sir, I'm Officer Mike Beacon, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Are you telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I will never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir. My God, he's so stupid. Actually, what we... sir, I'm what you would call, part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us a report, your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. Okay, I gotta take a food break. You know the drill, I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Give me a bit, guys. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I'm back, and I was gone for about 15 minutes. After all, I'm part of of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekin family motto, sir. His entire family's crazy. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain your consciousness. Yes, sir. Knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir! Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir! The Blue Badger? Yes, sir! The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir! I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process, so we can give more people nightmares, sir! That was my whole mission for the day, sir! I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. The reward ceremony that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here! Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir! It's 4989596! That's my number, sir! I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time was when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during the second time, eh? Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Ah, darn it. Mike Meekins. Just one more left. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I flung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe you just kept your cool. Your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly did you do when? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? No, I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. You're so stupid. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood, and then... The next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious! Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too! I woke up crying tears of pain! That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you've recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly, accurate picture of what happened. No, we don't. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. We don't have a clear picture of what happened. It was very vague. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that, a videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage of the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And was told that it had been mistakenly erased. Quite the mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Some more flexing of the DS graphics. Yeah, that don't tell us a lot. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? What the hell is that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Video from the security camera placed in the evidence room. Very well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. In the evidence room, and sort of activity took place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. The witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. Mystery man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the detective may begin the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. His face can't be... Well, I don't need to read that. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir! You must label the... if you must label the people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who would look directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. But you don't know for sure. Do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir! You claimed the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried to tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered handprints, sir. Fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered footprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly, sir. And this too. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from the people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. However, the most important detail is not shown in this videotape, the man's face. So, sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important to this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense has a problem with it. Right, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Let us check the tape again. Yeah, there goes Goodman. He opens the locker. In comes Meekins. The confrontation starts. And Meekins unconscious. There is a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? A proposal that we have the defense point out this alleged contradiction, and in the video, he would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, and pause the video. Yes, you can generally do that with videotapes. This newfangled generation, why, back in my day. Just take a good look to be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times, sir. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Well then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction and the man, That was too fast for me to read. Yeah, so, notice anything interesting? The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. So then something seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. Just running it backwards, we're not really rewinding it. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit! Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know him. I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert on this. That's not like Your Honor. The system would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices to keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else that seemed out of place in this... There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause of this. Wait for it. Wait for it. Right there. Ha ha. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Just running through it again. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and will... We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? This white thing that wasn't inside the this white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 or 3 more times it gets stuck in the door when I get. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the closing. God damn it! But the object would have to be extremely thin and to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the vents please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? It is a rubber glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure it was the victim's it was in the victim's locker. It has the tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It would appear so, sir! Order! 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 So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Objection!
Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekin, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm a colossal idiot, sir. Is this a joke? Yes, it's a joke. Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, he must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. An ID record, I see. I have the ID record right here, Your Honor. The ID used is that 414 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain specific cases, special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. We're still going to beat the crap out of Meekins. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were clearly up by noon. And most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move to the cross-examination. He knows how this works by now. And we know how I roll. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give you, a V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that card hanging from your neck, one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Worth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Maybe he's behind it and all this. Being a prosecutor, Mommy, is that in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the Inquiry Committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of in regards to my action or their consequences. For now, let us continue this cross-examination. Poor Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had this card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stands for contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. What's the contradiction here? Has to be something that proves it's not Goodman. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it was the evidence that I thought it was. It's on the same date.
Objection!
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report card. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but it's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather a man who stole his ID card. Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins, encountered... the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim on this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to point your finger around. This isn't going down well. Well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means that a murder did not take place at the police department and at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used to murder the victim. She's not trustworthy, though. She lied in court. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Is there anything we can then use to get, is there anything we can use right now? We do have bloodstain that actually fit. That's what that actually fits what what a crime scene would look like. Yeah, I think it's a map we gotta show.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Tell me you're objecting what you don't tell me you're objecting what you just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I don't know why they had to show so much of it. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further explanation to the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. That's bizarre, don't you think? This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? And for once, we're actually selecting a bio. Not given a selection, probably because the DS could handle this. Maybe. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know anything. I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees with the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. He shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows. You're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pal. Perfect timing, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll be back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all, if you call me here, I've seen... and to top it all off, if you call me here, I've seen happier people at a funeral. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I thought it would. But I thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 evidence files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might as well read them. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killings. And solved 2 years ago. Yeah, I can. You can kind of figure out where the dark pun comes in. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Let's take a look at him. SL9 incident closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark, crime serial murder, sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Deb Bates, Neil Marshall. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, Head Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Damon Gant, executive investigators, Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What, my name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, the Cecil 9 incident, is that... That's the classification number of the police... that's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana. That's over with, no! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Which we just did. Alright, back to court. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Excuse me. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime, took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best to get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Not happening with this guy. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said that I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon, and at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those things? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. How has he not been fired? Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I'm just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I erased the tape. And nothing useful is recorded. The tapes are erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't good to do it. But it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. That you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck to the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy even avoid being fired? Exactly what I asked. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in my day, it was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I can't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. How do you even get to and from work then? If a bike's out of your range, what about a fucking car? Don't tell me you ride there on a horse. Jake Marshall, avid Uma Musume player. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some of the detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak lunches can beat that parlor Van Gogh sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This isn't usually where Edgeworth says, Did you not want to raise this year? Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. So you do drive a car. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. So apparently there is a mecha Uma Musume that has shown up. I've seen some designs on Twitter. I don't know if it's related to any of the events or anything. Probably one of the original Umas. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. God, this guy's a Texas weeb. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I bet keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is you being called to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Lesson real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me, there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about the fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or did you know the murderer was? Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Just because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. And one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker that's the locker I used when I was a detective. When I was a detective, the locker I still use. And that's in, bleh. And all that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Found on the bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print has been wiped. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Then please explain. My locker is covered with my own fingerprints. With my fingerprints. It just so happened the murder. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue quite just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other is a type of murder. I'm pretty sure cereal is just a word for repeat. I gotta look at the etymology at some point. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see how what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain on the scene, and thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves. Hey, Lotus Prince, welcome to the stream. How was your day? We are currently interrogating. Cross-examining Jake Marshall in the final case of Ace Attorney. Happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. Doing all right back from work, and have been hacking away at Deus Ex Revision, and to go for achievements again. Oh, jeez. Is that like before the reboot era, or is it again not reboot? It's in the prequel era. Or is that game set? It's like in that timeline, or should I say yellow era? Because the original Deus Ex was more blue, wasn't it? This is OG Deus Ex Revision. Oh, it's a remaster. Gotcha. And yes, more blue. I really should if I can get my hands on that play it one day. Happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. The game should be cheap, but as it's 25 years old, and the mod is free on and Steam and GOG. Ah, cool. Maybe when there's a sale. There's only one reality, and that's this: the security tape. As long as my trial isn't in, trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that dictates Officer Marshall was present, please do so. Is there evidence that shows he was present? I think I saw something. But I'm not sure it proves anything. Funny, I didn't know videotape could loop. Yeah, I saw something there. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Marshall. Yeah, he keeps his face hidden. It's like he knows how that thing moves. Like, I noticed the blood stain there that wasn't there, but I think that might be blood from Officer Meekins. Hmm. How does this prove anything, though? Hmm. I am not certain. Like, there's blood on the shoulder, but I think that's just from Officer Meekin's wound, and how does that tie thing to Marshall being there? I see it. Let's fast forward. There. Bring our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. I'm stuttering so hard. The days are too short in short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth! It's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Yeah. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. The proof is the thing. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. Well, what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people who, on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I got only one word for you, partner. No! Acts like he's been shot. Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olé! Please answer the question. That's the wrong culture. Olé is Spanish. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at the floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was right over there. No, he was over here. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video was Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. I swear I can read. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on this card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite the imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break it, a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. You already said that. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, I'm just kidding. I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you have one. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I should be looking for proof that Officer Marshall was... I shouldn't be looking for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman and at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our answers. I already know what we're going for. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why... Let us fast forward to the altercation. There. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID card and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered then, how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to gut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. Way too much blood for just a simple cut on the hand. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Exactly! When you say it, you mean... Do you have to ask, partner? The L69 incident. The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to say about to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole it that morning on the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot. The ID card I found was left by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, Bardner? I mean the fingerprint. Activated lock, of course. The fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you couldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled out a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins, certainly a one in a million type of person. A very unlucky idiot. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up hitting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. Hold on a second. I wish I could pause and rewind and hear, but that did not look like the knife he was using. Yeah, there comes Officer Meekins. Yeah, that's not the knife he was using. It looked closer. It looked closer to this knife. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. As someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicated that a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. But, Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why do you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer, I'm satisfied with. The witness was has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. But the case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stolen and in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted of his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved a sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should press him with what I think. Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. Yeah, so... that last victim. And yes, this does indeed qualify as a serial murder. Because I think police only count someone as a serial murderer if they killed more than 3 people within a certain time span.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about SL9, about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims, Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what is his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murder with Damon Gant, and then the deputy police chief. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. You know what? Now that I see him again, I just noticed. He kind of looks like Kronos in Hades too, doesn't he? He kind of looks like Kronos. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than and what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 incident case could be reopened. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, the mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day, except we still got that large amount of blood. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? There's got to be more than that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder the murder in the prosecutor's office as his parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the evidence at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convinced yesterday. There yet remained in the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. No, there's still the large amount of blood. There is no way a cut on someone's hand could leave that much blood. Also, our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I needn't waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt that what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time of verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident and referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured out, but if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident in the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry you can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer the question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I have ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could have been wrong with the handprint on Detective Locker's Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object.
Objection!
The handprint left at the scene of the crime. Clearly, it shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Well, Mr. Wright? With all this evidence here, it's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove that something is missing from the floor plans? Ha-ha! There's a reason he was in the evidence. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where the dancing was. The dancing at the time. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Dancer is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint on this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on the locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger into the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave the handprint on the locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in, and Officer Meekins was just stupid enough not to notice it. Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. Ow! One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. There was still a lot of blood for what was on Marshall's locker, but there might be a reason for that. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggling shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when this occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense's claim that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, the other incident took place in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be present. Proof that shows that the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence that shows us when that shows us when the first crime took place? Yeah, we got a blank there, don't we? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, I had a card, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope. I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. All the hamster wheels have stopped turning. It's clear from the luminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim and carry his body away and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card remaining. 777, 77, 77, and 7. I think that's the right amount of sevens. I am so terrible with this stuff. No, 777, 7777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777 and 7777. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose number the 7777777 is. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I am unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777 and 7777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which he can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. Yes, 09 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana! I became prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant! Just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence, Well, this has turned into a shit show. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Yeah, that's gotta hit Hedgewood's prize hard. Order, 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 order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Because we had to have a third day. Alright, at next save where their endings... at the next point we're ending... at the next opportunity after this, we're ending stream. Because we are pretty much at time. Well, actually, we have about 15 minutes or so. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's the way it is. We did what we had to in order to give him the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone heard about the killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what had happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Yeah, that's gotta be traumatic. Officer Marshall's brother Neil was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that coming. And we're going to have to go into detail with that next time. Because we don't have time for a thorough investigation right now. So, the plot thickens. The end, and the final day will be next week. So, no, we did come up with we did come up with the conclusion that the police department was the actual location of the murder. We didn't have a double homicide with two identical victims. Shocker, I know. But now we have this. But now we have some other mystery going on, and it's connected to It's connected to SL6, just like DL6 before. But that will have to wait till next time. Let us set up a raid. Okay, so, we got raid, and it's an end who's playing Final Fantasy VIII again. Evernova's playing Terran Talk, but we raided her yesterday. I want to avoid doing that this time. Velvet Puppy is playing retro games. I can't particularly tell what game she's playing. Not that I'm all that familiar with that many retro style games, with that many retro games. Then again, I'm not very that familiar with that many modern games, to be honest. Let's rate it to an who's playing Final Fantasy VIII. Where are you? There you are. Go to some Final Fantasy VIII goodness. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload everything on YouTube. If you're watching up there, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. That helps me too. I upload, and you can also check my socials down there. So, tomorrow, not tomorrow, next week, we are playing. Next week, more Fate Extella extra Extella Link extra missions, more Hades 2, and the finale of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.